years, we've been telling clients it's nearly impossible to sell a home in the winter. Here's the truth. When I help them sell it fast to Open Door, it's a win-win, no matter what the temperature is. Wait, this isn't going on the internet, is it?
Yeah.
Oh.
It's true. Open Door makes selling easy in any season.
Hello, everyone. Just give me another few minutes here just to get myself a little more situated. Hello. Hello, 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 hello. How is everyone? Hope you're all doing good. You're all able to stay focused. Hope you're having a great day, enjoying life. Start off by our usual, checking out our league progress. Hey, 7th place, we're in the promo zone. We'll be out of that. Not like out of the promo zone, but out of 7th. So a few things. So, first thing, for people that do watch the videos and missed yesterday's, so we did reach the end of our JavaScript fundamentals course. So we're actually on the challenges now that are at the end of the course just to test your knowledge. We did one of the challenges yesterday until I had no more submissions. But the challenges, there's always going to be, if I understood it correctly, there's always going to be a short version and there's going to be a long version. So we did the short one yesterday. Thanks, with the help of the chat, we were able to complete the short version, and then we're going to be doing the long version today, which hopefully we'll be able to do that. I did test my knowledge last night when my wife got home because I ended up exiting out of the JavaScript compiler that day. And guess what? We rebuilt it. We redid it. We rebuilt it without looking at Coddy. Or Cody, however you say it. You would think it would be Cody, but it's Coddy. Just makes sense, you're coding. Cody. But yeah, so we did it off memory, which was good. So we're in the promo zone. It's not Saturday, so we don't got to worry about a wheel. We got 30 points where we can double your 30 score wager by maintaining a 7-day streak. So technically, I could spend my 30 points that I have, and as long as I maintain a 7-day streak, I would get back 60 plus whatever points I got, throughout that time. I think we're going to go for it because we're doing dailies anyway. Right? We're doing dailies anyway. We're here every day. How'd you hear about Coddy? Social media. Definitely on Facebook. None of these people. Thanks for sharing. Welcome. I'm a loop legend? No. Definitely not. Definitely not. We're 83% complete this modern JavaScript for beginners. Really trying to get that pro so that way we can get in there and submit all of the right answers, because I know that there were, there's a couple of times where we ran out of submit, so we just kept going. But yeah. So, shout out to the peeps. Been coming in each day, helping out. We got our array methods course. Got 30 days of logic building in JavaScript to do. Function declarations in JavaScript. We have an introduction to JavaScript, which is done by the Coddy team. This is done by Jack Biofrid. Java fundamentals, DOM methods. We could get into that a little bit. Object-oriented programming in JavaScript. That's also done by Jack. Give me 1 second. Alright. I am back. Turn the parent break off. Oh, other news. We're quitting smoking. We have not bought a pack of cigarettes at all today. Definitely very hard to do with 4 kids. So trying my best. So sometimes you may not hear me quite as upbeat, as I usually am. Be patient with me. It's just me trying to adjust, and then also trying to deal, with daily things that I deal with anyway. But it's a lot harder to deal with everything when trying to quit smoking. So just bear with me. JavaScript DOM methods. We got object-oriented programming, which I think we're going to play a little bit with that. But yeah, we're definitely going to do some stuff. My vape just shocked my lips. That didn't feel good. Didn't feel good. But yeah, we got all of these non-check marked stuff from all the times that we kept going without submitting. So we definitely need to make sure that we go in there and do everything we can. So we have the Mario less here. Run code. Really? Really? How did it not pass? Really? There's a space before and after. That is crazy. So we're not done. We're not done. Dang. We did pass test 2. That's my best guess, is what's wrong with it, is that there's a space before and after. Other than that, everything is right. 1, 2, 3, 4. So it's 4 by 4. You are given a function called pyramid that takes in a parameter called height. You need to complete the code inside the function to make a print of pyramid as shown. Pyramid of height would look like this. Fuck. Have nested loops. You have a for loop for the rows. In the for loop, you should have 2 loops. Another that adds the number of spaces you need to the string, and another. So this is what happens when you incorporate things into challenges that you didn't learn during that process. So like we learned how to use repeat, but we didn't learn how to use repeat in the whole course. So there was actually a different way that the challenge wants it done. In the for loop, you should have 2 for loops. Another that adds the number of spaces you need to the string, and another that adds the number of dashes you need to the string. After these 2 loops, you should print the string. Make sure to clear out the string so it doesn't contain the last row. The first for loop should go from 0 to the height of the pyramid. Inside of the loop, you need to add from I plus 1 to height spaces to the string with a for loop. The plus 1 there is because we should print 1 less space than the height. Then you need to add I dashes go from 0 to less or equal to I with a for loop. After that, you should print the string. Then do string var name equals clear the string. Your code should look something like this. Okay, so let's see where we were here. So for let I equal 0, if I is less than height, we're gonna try and go for that. So we're gonna try and go with what we got. So let I equal 0. I swear I hit 0. I is less than height. Run this code. Alright. Then we're going to nest another for loop in. From I plus 1 to height. I plus 1 to height. I plus... Okay, hold up. Should have a for loop for the rows. In the for loop, you should have 2 loops. Another that adds the number of spaces you need to string. And another that adds the number of dashes. After these 2 loops, you should print the string. From I plus 1 to height, add space to string. From 0 to less than or equal to I, add dash. So that is very confusing. Or from I plus 1 to height. That's just we'll come back to that. Or another for loop. And in this for loop, from 0 less than or equal to I. Console log space. I'm guessing is what that means. And then from I plus 1.
Get ready for
So if I plus 1
and How to Train Your Dragon Isle of Berk opens May 22nd at Universal Orlando Resort. Tickets and packages on sale now at universalorlando.com.
add a space. Dash. Ooh, what? Whoa, 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 whoa. What were all those H's, my friend? Put print string and clear string. What is the sorcery? Man, We're missing our hero. Okay. All right. I don't like how this is now being done. I liked how we had this originally. I don't think I accidentally called the function earlier, did I? But it passed 2, it didn't pass 1.
Quanticus. How's it?
Quanticus, man! Hello. We failed. We failed. I rebuilt this last night. I was so happy because I remembered it. But it does not like how we did it. And I think it has to do with the fact that there's a space
Quanticus.
Here and here.
That's all right. Failing
is learning. Yeah. And there's no spaces here. You know what I mean? So like now I'm worried that if I focus, so like this is what the output looks like here. Or no, because we have these spaces. Did I do my code wrong? It expected it to look like this. But it came out like this. Is it because I have a space? I'm starting to think it was my fault, Quanticus. I'm starting to think it was my fault. There's an extra space in there. I misrepresented this output and expected output. I did click on the hints. It's definitely a whole nother experience that they wanted. They wanted nested for loops, and I don't even understand these notes over here. I won't even lie. They're not making sense to me. So we outputted with space. Space here. I'm guessing is what happened. And there's no space here. There actually is space there? There is actually a space there. So does that mean on our bottom line we actually have a fifth index? Or in this case, index 0, 1, 2, 3, 4? I can console log that, can't I? Console log. Don't do it there. Do it here.
Quanticus. They're probably using one loop to calculate the number of number s and another loop to calculate the number of spaces.
So it looks like you're making 4, 3, 2, 1
3,
spaces when you need
1
3,
spaces
2,
when you
1,
need
0.
3, 2, 1, 0.
So we need to start at 0 then. Yeah? Like we can't start at 1. We gotta start at 0. Which will end up creating that space up there. And there's still a space there.
Quanticus. The first iteration of height, 1 should give you 3 spaces if height equals 4 though.
The first iteration of height, 1, should give you 3 spaces of height if height equals 4. Statistically, do you see something wrong?
Quanticus. When you do log, this, that, it automatically puts a space between the two.
When you do log this and that, it automatically puts a space between. Okay. So when we're console logging two things, it's automatically putting a space between our
Quanticus.
So the log
So the
itself
log
is giving you an
extra space.
Okay. Alright, bear with me 1 second here. You might have missed the introduction where I explained we're quitting smoking today, so I'm a little slow, I'm a little sluggish, I'm a little blah. So no pack of cigarettes today. Alright. Let's try this again. Just bear with me. I'll be back to the nice, friendly Utski very soon. Okay, so when you do log two things, it automatically puts a space between the two. Okay, so the log itself is giving you an extra space, which is what we're witnessing here. Okay, so what if
Quanticus. Yeah, each line has an extra space in it from the console log.
okay. I'm trying to brain it out. So we can't double console log here. Like have pass in two parameters into the console log. That's what's giving us the issue.
Quanticus.
You can.
You can.
Oh, okay.
Quanticus. Ponder it for a bit.
Okay. Just be patient with me. So we need a way to deplete the extra space.
Quanticus. If you have just one extra space per line, what can you do to account for that?
-1. Just to the space.
Quanticus.
Try it out.
Try it out.
Okay. So space dot repeat for height. So space dot repeat or minus whatever I is. -1. That's probably wrong, but error. I'm guessing what we need to do is we need to put it in parentheses. Like so. Did that work? Oh,
Quanticus.
So the first three work.
Now
what's happening with the fourth? That highlight is going all the way across the screen. Okay. So I guess they're not extra spaces. Okay. So what's going on with the fourth? We have an extra line here. We have an extra line. Did I do that right? Doing I -1. We're kind of...
Quanticus. Remove the and start from there.
Which one? Which parentheses am I removing? Obviously the one that we just added, yeah?
Quanticus. From when you had error on the fourth line.
Okay. Alright, so we get the first one, the second one, the third one, and then we have an error on the fourth, which is what you meant. So the first three work. Now what's happening with the fourth? And we want to figure out what's going on with fourth. So
Quanticus. Now what's happening when height equals 4?
Now what's happening when height equals 4? It's equaling 0. And then minus 1 is negative 1.
Quanticus. I mean when I equals 4.
When I equals 4. Okay.
Quanticus.
Yeah.
Yeah, we can't do repeat minus 1.
Yeah, we can't repeat negative 1. Okay. We can't repeat negative 1. Yeah, because if we repeat 0, it doesn't repeat at all anyway. Right? And then, sorry, I know I'm being quiet. I'm still kind of mathing it out in my head here. And then I imagine if we do it in reverse, we're going to get an error on probably all of them. Right?
Quanticus. Yeah, you're doing good, just need to account for the last iteration of the loop.
Oh, okay. Alright, so are we keeping the minus 1 then? So we need to account for the last iteration. So when I equals 4, we get an error. Alright, brain. Come on. Let's not just stare into space here. Let's make it make sense. Console log space.repeat. We're putting in height, which is 4. Minus I, which will iterate each time. So if we're on that final iteration, I is going to be 4. So 4 minus 4 is going to be 0 minus
Quanticus.
1. So we need a way to
When height,
prevent.
1 is negative, you need to do something. Can you convert that into code?
Okay. When... Sorry, there's like code behind it, so I'm trying to read it. When height minus I minus 1 is negative, you need to do something. Can you convert that into code? Are you asking if I personally can, or if I know that there's a way that you can?
Quanticus. Yeah, if you personally can.
Me personally, I probably could figure it out. MDM is a thing. And Google is our best friend. Alright. So when it's a negative, you need to do something. Can you convert that into code? So I'm guessing we need to convert the negative into a positive. Yeah? So math.abs.
Quanticus. Not necessarily positive. Thinking about the last case, you want 0 spaces, right?
So we want it to equal 0. Yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense. Okay. So we want that -1 to turn into a 0.
Quanticus. Use your flow control mechanisms.
Use your flow control. So like an if. Like an if statement?
Quanticus. Like, how can we make the code do a thing when this is the case?
Okay. Okay. So.
Quanticus. There you go, if works nicely.
Thank you. It works nicely. See, sometimes I start to overthink here. Alright, so here's our for loop. For if okay, so if height or no. No. Wait, yeah. If height equals I, then do this, and I'm gonna have to move my if statement, right? Because I'm no longer in the loop. If height equals I, so if 4 equals 4, then
Quanticus. Yeah, put it in the loop.
Yeah. At least I caught it. That's something, right? Then console log symbol dot repeats I. I think I have that right. Plunk. Get in there. Get in there. Alright, so if height equals I, so if 4 absolutely equals 4, then we're only going to console log symbol.repeat I. No, it did not like that. What did I do wrong? It still has to do with this. Oh.
Quanticus. When an error occurs, it stops executing, so your log never happens.
Okay. So we need to put this before the console log. Okay.
Quanticus.
So now it works,
So now
but
it
then
works,
the
but
bad
then the
line
bad
still
line still
happens.
happens.
Can you stop it from doing that? Line 5. Can you please stop doing that? You're kind of messing up our progress, and I really hope that you listen to me. It didn't work. I tried talking nice to it, Quanticus. I tried. Alright. In all seriousness. Let's see. So, okay. The error is because we reach 4. And we go to -1. I would think at that point we wouldn't need to subtract the 1 anymore, yeah? But then...
Quanticus. So in plain English, you only want line 6 to happen if and only if line 5 is true.
Okay, hold up. Plain English. I like plain English. Okay, so in plain English, you only want line 6 to happen if and only if line 5 is true. So I only want to console log symbol.repeat I if you only want line 6 to happen if and only if line 5 is true. Well, I thought that's what the triple equal was for. Wait.
Or another way, if line 6 executes,
Else?
you don't want anything after it to execute as well.
I'm smart, right? I'm smart. I can be smart. I'm smart, right? 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 I only need like 80 million hints along the way, but you know, I'm smart. Smart cookie. Smart cookie. Did you like how I tried talking to it? All right, let's see that. That looks a lot better. That looks a lot better. All right. Yeah. Much better. Much better. All right. Challenge was definitely challenging. I can say that. Would have never made it without Quanticus. And challenge should not be allowed to be so challenging. I think this was rated as easy. Oh no, it's hard. It's a hard one. Welcome to Mario More. Welcome to Mario More. Okay, so now, not only do we have to have that one that goes sideways,
Quanticus.
we have to
I
mirror
think
it
you have
too.
all the knowledge you need to tackle this one.
I think you have all the knowledge you need to tackle this one. Maybe we're gonna cheat a little bit. So we're gonna keep the pyramid that we currently have and add on to that. We're gonna cheat a little bit.
Quanticus. Great
Way to start. So, fun fact, probably won't be able to do it, you know, like now that I'm about to say it. But when we put this together yesterday, the first time, when we got close but didn't quite have the logic down, we actually had it facing in the wrong direction. And then when I went to go rebuild it last night, originally it started off in the wrong direction. So now we just need a way to smoosh them together. It's a little bit of smoosh. So we have the for loop that handles that. But if I go to console log, okay, so I'm just gonna throw some questions out there early, get them out of the way. So if I went to go create another for loop, there would be no way to console log that next to our current for loop, right? Like we would only be able to put it underneath the lines that were already generated.
Quanticus.
Correct. Okay.
Correct.
Okay. So we're going to have to do this in our current for loop. There needs to be 2 spaces in between, and it needs to be mirrored. And the way that we ended up getting it mirrored was okay. I'm going to do a little bit of crazy testing. Here very shortly. I'm trying to remember, how did we have it facing in the other direction? Line 1 should be a pretty good start here, which would consist, this would be line 1 through 3. So I imagine I'm going to test the theory here. I don't know if it'll actually work, but we're going to try. Plus 2 spaces. Okay, so that created our 2 spaces in between. So we got our 2 spaces in between, and it'll always have 2 spaces in between. It will not always have 2 spaces in between. Okay, we can fix this because we can just go down here and do the same. Now it'll have 2 spaces in between. So we got that part down. So now what we need to do is put this in reverse. So we're going to do... Well, we got our 2 spaces in between. So we're going to try space dot repeat. And it might not come up right the first go. I'm not too crazy. I just want to know. Missing a parenthesis. I think we're missing commas. Okay, alright.
Monicus. Add a plus.
I'm sorry. What? Add a plus? Instead of a comma? I think we were closer where we were with the comma.
Monicus. Like how you had plus, comma works too.
Comma works too. Oh, okay, okay. So now we have a 0 in between. Why?
Monicus. I just realized when you use and it doesn't give an extra space.
Are you kidding? So we could have done that earlier? Oh. So if we use plus, it doesn't give an extra space. Because you're just injecting it, in a way. Where are these zeros coming from? Hello? Okay, we'll come back to that. Here's... Wait a minute. Where did my 2 spaces? 1 space, 2 space. Why is my second space now a 0?
Quanicus. I think the plus is doing funny things.
Thank you. Thank you. That is where my brain ended up going to, but that was weird. Okay. It's I'm sorry. I'm like very giggly about this moment because like even though we had part of the code, like I'm excited because we're figuring out this other end. And like it's coming together very nicely. So this is our 4th and final line that we still need to do, which is going to be symbol plus our space plus symbol dot repeat I. And here we should have it. We got it. We got it. We got it. That was it. Heck yeah.
Quanicus.
Heck yeah. The brain do be brainin'. Brain do be brainin'. Needed a little bit of help along the way on that one, I think. But I think for the most part, we had that one. Yeah. I hate that. Like sometimes it'll let me hit Control Enter to run. Like I'm just used to hitting Control Enter to run on everything. What did we do? Oh, pyramids. Pyramids. There we go. Don't scare me like that. Why y'all change it from pyramid to pyramids? Like, come on, just let's just keep it function pyramid. Like, I know there was 2 and the other one had 1, but let's just keep a pyramid. How many people would have honestly been starting that from scratch? And we didn't even use the hints that time. All right, everybody. We're on the new challenge. We only have 2 challenges left for just this one too, might I add. Like we're still gonna go find another one to go do. Probably with Quanticus's recommendation.
You to buy premium. Those submissions go quick.
Yeah, they do. And again, like, it's not even that it's badly priced. It's really good from some of the stuff that I've seen. I mean, like, I've seen companies charging $30 to $50 a month to do theirs. And I don't know if it's because Coddy has it where it's kind of like packed, where they have the courses that Coddy made, and then they have courses that individual people have made. So I don't know if that's maybe why they keep their prices down a little bit, just because, you know, they do have other people that are creating courses. But it's not even that the price for it is unreasonable that is stopping me. What's stopping me is that I have 4 children. I'm unemployed. My wife works, and I don't want to ask her for, you know, the $10 extra each month that, you know, I already kind of ask for each check, you know, for stuff that I need. And I understand it's our money. Like, she's not like that at all. It's not like, you know, I work and it's my money and, you know, you can't ask for stuff. Like, she asks me all the time if I want something, and it's awesome. But, you know, me personally, like, I'd rather try to fund the $10 on my own a month than to ask her to do it. So, you know, that's the only thing that's stopping me from premium, is just that alone. Like, I do want to keep some of the course stuff. Like, if I'm kind of iffy on it, like, don't pay for it, obviously. But, you know, like, I would like to show, you know, kind of like as a Coddy review thing, like maybe at the end of all of this, I can put a bunch of stuff together, to just kind of, you know, give a whole review, but from a bunch of different, you know, perspectives of it, I guess. It's very good. It's a very good price. And then technically you don't even have to pay for it either. If you get enough points, which I don't know if you noticed, I redeemed my points, for a double or nothing 7-day streak. It's 30 points. And if you do your 7-day streak, it gets doubled plus what you get. So I'll be getting back 60 plus however many points that I make for this week. And then we'll be closer to a free VIP 15-day package or 12-day package. One of those, 12 or 15. Okay, so, I always get very nervous. Give me 1 second. I'm gonna shut the screen off for a second. I always get very nervous if, like, the alerts and stuff are working anymore. I want to build my own at some point. No offense, Stream Elements. I love everything that y'all do. You know, we got another sponsor coming up. But, like, lately, these overlays have been freezing. Okay. Alright, so it's still working. By the way, Quanticus, it says that you followed. I know that you followed a while ago. I was running the test. You're the last person I can do anything with, because we haven't had any new follows or like bits or anything. So, Credit. Let's validate some credit cards. That sounds like credit card theft. There are different types of credit cards used today. Each credit card has a credit card number. Your job today will be to check if that number is valid, and if the number is valid, you will have to print what type of credit card it is. A credit card number looks like a credit card number. Let's first focus on what makes a credit card number valid. An algorithm called Lund's algorithm is used. You can determine whether the credit card number is valid using the following. Multiply every other digit by 2, starting with the number's second to last digit, and then add those products' digits together. Oh, goodness gracious. Okay, all right. Wow. This is already going to be something. Multiply every other digit by 2, starting with the number's second to last digit, then add those products' digits together. Add the sum to the sum of the digits that weren't multiplied by 2. If the total's last digit is 0, or put more formally, if the total modulo 10 is congruent to 0, the number is valid. That's kind of confusing, so let's try an example with this visa. For the sake of discussion, let's first underline every other digit, starting with the number second to last. Okay, let's multiply each of the underlined digits by 2, starting from the second from last, right? So we're starting from the second from last and working our way back. Okay, so 1 times 2, 0 times 2, 0 times 2, 0 times 2, 0 times 2, 6 times 2, 0 times 2, 4 times 2. That gives us 2 plus 0 plus 0 plus 0 plus 0 plus 12 plus 0 plus 8. Now let's add these products' digits, i.e. not the products themselves, together. 2 plus 0 plus 0 plus 0 plus 0 plus 1 plus 2 plus 0 plus 8. Okay, hold up. I'm sorry. That gives us this. Now let's add those products' digits. So we put a plus sign in between 1 and 2. 2 plus 0 plus 0 plus 0 plus 0. Yeah, instead of plus 12, it turns into plus 1 plus 2 plus 0 plus 8 equals 13. Okay. Now let's add that sum, 13, to the... You guys are going to really see where I struggle with math sometimes. I know pre-algebra. Anything past that point, I'll get stuck on. But we'll get through this together. Now let's add that sum 13 to the sum of the digits that weren't multiplied by 2, starting from the end. 13 plus 4 plus 0 plus 0 plus 0 plus 0 plus 0 plus 3 plus 0 equals 20. Yep, the last digit in that sum, 20, is a 0. So the card is legit because it ends in a 0. The sum ends in a 0. Makes the card legit. And then also American Express uses 15-digit numbers and MasterCard uses 16-digit numbers. MasterCard numbers always start with 5. American Express card numbers start with 34 or 37. Your job is to print Amex if the card is valid, and an American Express card, and to print MasterCard if the card is valid and a MasterCard. Print invalid if the card is not valid. Wow. Quanticus. I think that this one here is definitely going to blow my mind. You are given a function called validate card. It takes in one parameter, card number, that contains the card number that should be validated. First, check if the number is a valid credit card number using Lund's algorithm as shown above. If it is not a valid credit card, print invalid. If the card is valid, check if it is a MasterCard or an American Express card. Check this using the number of digits. American Express uses 15-digit numbers and MasterCard uses 16-digit numbers. Don't forget to check the starting numbers as well. If American Express is corrected, print Amex, and if MasterCard is correct, print MasterCard. If it is any other length, the card number is invalid. Alright, I'm going to take a pee break while I think about how the heck I'm going to go about that. And we're going to try our best. And in the future, probably have Quantica's help. All right. Sorry about that. So, don't ask if I thought about it. Don't ask. Okay. So, what I'm going to do is we're going to grab this. Yeah. We're going to grab this and bring it on over to here. Okay, and then we're going to grab this. Because I have a feeling this is going to be a long one. Look, we did it! We multi-lined! We didn't do it wrong this time. Alright. Sorry, debating with the wife on what she wants for dinner. Alright, function called validate card. And it takes in one parameter, card number. So we're gonna get that situated. Validate card. That is taking in card number. Then let's card number equal I'm just gonna tell it to console log card number. Okay. Always just to make sure stuff is working, right? So, first off, it's not an array. You were given a function called validate card, and it takes in one parameter, card number, that contains the card number that should be validated. First, check if the number is a valid credit card number using Lund's algorithm as shown above, which we need to multiply every other digit by 2, starting with the number's second to last digit. Wow, this is going to be hard. Multiply every other digit by 2, starting with the number's second to last digit, and then add those products digits together. So we for looping it. How can I help you, Ka?
Quanticus. Before you can for loop it, you need to transform that number into something loopable
Like an array. Okay. Alright, so before you can for loop it, you need to transform that number into something loopable, an array. So, try something new here. So,
Quanticus.
let array.
Numbers aren't very friendly for this, so is there something you can turn that number into something that gives you finer control over?
Let array equal hard number dot to string. Did I do that right? To string. To string.
Quanticus. Turning it into a string is a good start.
Turning into a string is a good start. But I'm guessing that's not the answer we were looking for. Is there a to array?
Quanticus. It's a step in the right direction.
Okay. Okay. Alright, so I'm on MDN. So like if I'm getting quiet, it's because I'm doing the research. I'm doing what Coddy said was okay for me to do. Hope, please leave her alone. Okay. So the toString method of object instances returns a string representing this object. This method is meant to be overridden by derived objects for custom type coercion logic. Equals okay. By default, toString takes no parameters. However, objects that inherit from object may override it with their own implementations that do take parameters. For example,
Quanticus. Now that you have it as a string, you can figure out how to turn that into an array.
okay. Now that you have it as a string. Okay, so it is a string now, currently. So that part is done. Okay, so what you're telling me is I should know how to do this. Okay, so I'm going to say this was let string, let array equal that's and then string.
Quanticus.
There might be a string method you've already covered in
a
previous lesson. It's a good chance
it's a good
to
chance to
revisit
revisit them.
Okay. Okay, there might be a string method. Okay. I'm perfectly fine with going back. Perfectly fine with it. Coddy, you don't need to memorize them. Just know that they exist.
Just know that they exist for you to look up.
You got it. You got it. Alright. So, okay, there might be a string method. String methods. Okay, let's take a look. So, converting to uppercase, to lowercase, concatenation, length of string, letter positions and indexes. Every letter in a string does have an index. So we can get index of a letter. We can get character from index. Substring, replace, includes. I'm probably not in the right one. And escaping.
Quanticus. Getting a char at an index sounds useful. That's almost
So
like using an array.
Okay, so you're saying that we can use the string. We don't need to make it an array. Oh, wrong thing. Wrong thing. Okay. So we can get a character at an index. Okay. Get character at 1, which would be H. So we could get character at what was it? Card number -2? Or I guess string -2? Well, what does it do with it? Get character.
Quanticus. -2 from what? And what will that actually give you?
Well, okay. Let's start this over. Okay. So -2 from what? From card number. Or is it string? str. And what will that actually give you? I'm hoping
Quanticus.
1.
We're working with indexes, remember?
Okay. So oh, that won't work. That won't work. Length. That's 2. I feel my brain just melting. We're working with indexes. So we need a for loop it.
Quanticus.
Run it and see if you get second
from the last.
I got an error because I'm missing the curly somewhere. Okay. It doesn't like that. Tell you what. Alright, we're theory testing over here with absolutely no knowledge, okay? Funk. Okay. Not a function. Let string equal card number dot toString. So this converts.
Quanticus. I think the method isn't getChar.
I think the method isn't getChar. You hush. Char at. Char at. Smarty pants. Char at. Okay. We got 1. So it did give us the second to last digit.
Quanticus.
Great.
Now you can build
Now you
your
can
loop.
build your loop. Okay. Alright. Okay. So I guess that's kind of like our little reference. Alright. So we don't actually need this let array. We can work with what we got. We can work with the string, yeah?
Quanticus. RN, your loop goes through all the numbers, but do you really want that?
Right now. Hold on, Quanticus. We're still setting up. You know, there's got to be some trial and error here, okay? Let me at least get the for loop set up and look at my results. Right now, your loop goes through all the numbers, but do you really want that? No. We want it to go through every other number, and it's only returning ones. And in which we'll figure out why, of course. By the way, I'm just messing with you. Don't ever let anything that I say deter you from helping, by the way. I always appreciate your help. And then also, let's get rid of this. We don't need this anymore. Alright. So. Alright. Right now, your loop goes through all of the numbers, but do you really want that? Hello. Be right back. Gonna cook up a sandwich. How do you cook up a sandwich? No, you can't leave now. You can't leave now. You said you're gonna cook up a sandwich. We got so many questions, man. Alright. Hopefully I'll have something better for you. We want it. Okay. We want it to return every other number. Right now, your loop goes through all of the numbers, but you don't want that. We want to multiply every other digit by 2, starting with the number's second to last digit. So we need to count by 2. So now we're incrementing by 2s. Hope, would you mind helping your sister? Oh. Oh, okay. How does it come out that way? Does it cook all the way through? You want to do one for me? Okay, now we're counting by 2s, but we're only getting the second to last. We want it to go second to last, second to last, second to last, second to last. We want to return every other digit. But right now we got 1, 8, 7, 7. Okay, that's not working. That's not working. Take that out. Alright. Now we have what's going on here. 8, 1, 8, 8, 7, 8. I was hoping to have something by the time you were done cooking up the sandwich. Alright. We need a way to count back by 2 each time. And the thing is, but I'm returning just the index. Where is it getting these numbers from? 7, 8, 4, 7, 8, 4. What on earth is going on right now? Fill it all the way up for me. All right, thank you. Use the hottest water that you could.
Yep, it was boiling.
Pretty warm, I guess. Yeah, you gotta share it. If she's whining, you gotta share it. So this means we're starting at index 0, which index 0 would be 5. And looping our way through. And if we're console logging strings character at that index, it should start with a 5. Why does it start with a 7? Yes. Why is it starting with a 7? That is confusing to all get up for me right now. That's blowing my mind. Why is it doing that? Alright, let's backtrack. We'll backtrack some. Alright. Strings. Really? What have I done wrong? 8. Then we add 1 to I, which would be 1. Okay. Okay. So we're string, grabbing the character at string index 0 minus 2 treating the 9 as a 0. A 0? Well, I guess 0's here.
Quanticus.
Let's go back to where you printed every number one at a time and start from
there.
there. Where I don't even remember how we did that. Alright, string character at strings. String? No. There's 5s. Alright, there we go. 5, 4, 1, 8, 8, 7, 8, 7, 3, 1, 5, 6, 8, 1, 9. There we go. I've put in so many different things into this parentheses I couldn't figure out how to get back. That was crazy. Alright.
Quanticus. Okay, now what do you want it to do differently from here?
I want it to count. I want it to give me only the index counting backwards from 2s. Does that make sense? Did I make that make sense? I want to be able to starting with the second to last digit, multiply every other digit by 2. Technically, I don't even have to display it.
Okay, so your loop goes forwards
by
by 1.
1.
How do you change the loop to do it what you want?
So instead of incrementing by 1, increment by 2. Okay, alright. That wasn't right. That wasn't right. Okay. That wasn't right. So your loop goes forward by 1. So, how do you change the loop to do it what
Quanticus.
you want?
I plus is the same as I plus equals 1.
What if I add another plus? Does it break it? Breaks it. Okay. So I is the same as I plus equals I equals I plus 1. So I plus equals 2. Did the thing. 5, 1, 8, 8, 7, 1, 6, 1. Okay, but we need it to do that in reverse. Need it to do it backwards. So, or at least we needed the console log backwards in reverse. So there was a reverse console log that we could do, or string method, right? Or was that only for arrays? Or am I thinking too hard again? Feel free to let me know if I'm thinking. I do that a lot.
Quanticus.
Well, your loop is designed to go forwards and increment.
You can change it so it goes backwards and decrement.
Decrement. Okay. Oh. Okay. Don't tell me anything further. I think I know. No. Let I equal string no. I equal card number dot length, which will give us the whole amount of numbers 15, 16, right? And then if I is less than, or I guess we could use string, yeah. I equals string that length if I is less than, wait a minute. Because that would make the length the same. So that wouldn't work. That wouldn't work. Wait.
Quanticus.
Was I on the
You
right
were on
track?
the right
Okay.
track.
Okay. Let I equal string dot length. And instead of it this way, it's gonna be if string dot length is greater than I. Decrement by 2. Yeah, I don't think so. Okay. It's this part. It's this part. So the reason why we're running into this is because string.length is not greater than I, because I equals string.length. So whatever string.length is, I is going to be the same. So we're not Is it if I equals if I equals string dot length. I feel like that would cause an infinite loop, right? Because there would be no condition for it to stop. Or would it stop when it just reaches 0? Or would we have to create an if condition?
Quanticus. Before you started at 0, now you want to stop at 0, right?
Mm-hmm. Would we have to create an if statement stating if I equals 0, then to stop?
Quanticus. That part is already kind of like an if.
So if I is greater than 0, then run that code and keep decrementing until I reaches 0. Hey! All right. Quanticus, not to get up in all of your business, but if you don't mind telling me, what do you do for a living?
Quanticus. Almost.
But that
you that
won't include
the
the
0
0
element.
Okay. One, 6. Sorry. 1, 6, 1, 7, 8, 8, 1. We're missing the 5. Okay. So. I got you. Sorry, I'm trying to chow down this food real quick. I'm trying to be fast so that way it doesn't seem like I'm overthinking for too long.
Quanticus. I currently do stock stuff while I work on coding projects to try and land a coding job.
I currently do stocking stuff while I work on coding projects to try and land a coding job. Have you ever thought about freelance like mentoring? Like, you have a way of, like, hinting at things to get people to really think about the right answers. And that's what mentoring really needs.
Quanticus. I've not thought of that. I just do that for fun in Twitch chat sometimes, lol.
Hey, it's awesome, but I think you should think about it some. I mean, I know the market's really hard right now, so it could be something worth putting your time into a little bit, while also, you know, obviously, while doing everything else too. But, you know, some extra income while you and experience that you can put down because you're mentoring. Unless I'm not stumped yet. I haven't went back to the code yet. All right. And we're fed. Scheduled a dash for tonight. All right. So we've made it where we can console log each and every one. So now we need to figure out how to multiply those. To multiply those together. Ah. Alright, brain. Turn. We got our loop. And we're decrementing by 2. Decrementing by 2. So we need to go 1 times 6 times 1 times 7 times 8 times 8 times 1 times 5. So we need to be able to multiply string.
Quanticus. Remember your training with sums.
But sum equals 0. Training with sums. So I'm guessing it's going to be like sum equals string index times wait, that wouldn't be right. Multiply every other digit by 2. My brain is absolutely breaking right now. My brain is like, how do we on one loop, how do we multiply the next loop? How do we multiply the next loop? Is strings...
Quanticus. Just think about the current iteration.
Don't overthink it.
Quanticus.
Overthink it.
Don't overthink it.
Okay. Just think about the current iteration. Well, current iteration. So let's start with 1. So if we're on 1, which we're on 1, we need to find a way to times that. I keep somehow
Quanticus.
getting the sum's value is changing.
Is changing, right?
Right. So sum equals strings index. So that way it can change for each loop, right?
Kanan Strid. Cheap viewers on streamboo.com.
We don't need
Remove
any.
the space at WP30
We're fine where we're
VBHE.
at. Add to the block list.
Quanticus. You're just completely overwriting the value.
You need to use the current value of
sum
sum
itself too.
Okay. So sum equals sum times string I. So that'll allow us on the first iteration to be 0 times
Quanticus.
that's progress.
That's progress,
but anything multiplied by 0. That's what I started to think too. Is that it was going to throw our math off. So let sum equal 1. When I started saying it out loud, it was just like, well, that's not going to work. So our first iteration would be 1 times one times one. Hold up. Sum equals sum times string I. So it's going to be 1 times 1.
Quanticus. And just like plus equals, you can do asterisk equals as well, but what you have still works fine.
True. True. Sometimes writing it out helps a little bit more. I'm just trying to get my brain to understand how this is going to benefit in the loop. That's why I keep repeating myself over and over again, because my brain's like, no, don't math. And it's like, dude, like you got to put the math in there. You got to learn what's going on. So sum equals sum times the string index. So it's going to be 1 times 1, and then next time it's going to be 1 times 6, 1 times 7, 1 times 8, 1 times 8, 1 times 5. So where do we get the benefit of sum here? I'm gonna need this broken down some more for me. So when the loop goes over and sum changes, so like, say we get to the 6, right? So 1 times 6, 1 times 6 is 6. Does that mean on the next loop that it's going to be 6 times 1? Or is it going to revert back to 1?
Quanticus.
Okay.
Yep.
Oh, okay. So it is multiplying it, then. Okay. So if we were to console log, I guess we don't need that part anymore. Now we can console log sum. We are returning not a number.
Quanticus. The new value of the number is actually a letter Rn since it's a string.
Alright, the new value of the number. The new value of the number is actually a letter right now since it's a string. What? What? The new value of the number is actually a letter right now since it's a string. Oh.
Quanticus. There was half of an old message in that, sorry.
There was half of an old message in there. The number is actually a letter right now since it's a string. We're going to ignore the rest of it. The number...
Quanticus. Cause char at gives you a letter.
Char at gives you a letter.
Quanticus.
You have to convert it
back to a number.
Okay. Okay, wait, what? You mean the 2 string? I'm so confused. Okay, because char at gives you a letter. You have to convert it back to a number.
Quanticus. STRI is a letter.
Oh, this is a letter. we have to convert it back to a number. Okay, I got this. I got this. I got this. Don't tell me. So right now it's a string, and we need to get it back to an integer.
Quanticus. Did they teach you about this conversion?
Is that the parse int? Parse int, parse float?
Quanticus.
Yeah, parse
Yeah,
int.
parse int.
Okay. So parse int pass in can we pass in sum? Yeah, I'm just out loud thinking here, probably doing it wrong. Okay, definitely was doing it wrong. Maybe we can do something more like parse int.
Quanticus. In line 15 you're adding a letter to a number, which is what's breaking it.
Okay. Alright, in line 15. Okay. Alright. In line 15, you're adding a letter to a number, which is what's breaking it. So, sum is fine. So it's this part that's adding a letter. So don't worry, we'll get this eventually. Okay, no, we're still wrong. Oh, we broke it even further. We broke it even more. But we made it do math. Alright. Stop breaking things. Alright. We definitely did break things, though. Okay, so we console logged
Quanticus.
the whole
It
card
should
number.
have worked before this, but I don't see why it was wrong.
We console logged the whole card number. And then I'm guessing we started to multiply a bunch of weirdness somewhere in the void. Just for shits and giggles, let's... Okay. The shits and giggles didn't
Quanticus.
work, but...
str represents the entire CC number.
Okay. So string represents the entire CC number. Okay. 5. But we can't do I. Right? Because that passes back in the letter. Right?
Quanicus. I thought you should be able to do I.
I thought you should be able to do I. Okay. We did I alone. Which... definitely wasn't right. Okay, so we thought that we could do string I. I'm guessing is what we were going for there.
Quanicus. I don't see why this doesn't work.
Okay. Well, let's pass it into another IDE. Maybe it's just an issue here. There he is, Fiddle. See what happens. Their console. Not a number, not a number, not a number, not a number. Okay.
Quanicus. Try just logging the parsint itself.
Try logging just the parsint itself. We'll go back this way. That's too colorful for me.
Quanicus. Oh, I see it. The first iteration is out of bounds.
First iteration is out of bounds. Okay. All right. Hold on 1 second. We'll... Okay. So. Okay, hold up. All right, we're gonna turn this back to the string. No, it wasn't on string, but it doesn't matter. We'll just leave that alone for now. Or it was sum. Sum is what we had it as. Okay. I see. The first
Quantico.
Iteration is out of bounds. For let
str
I
length
equal.
gives you one more than the last index.
Okay. Alright, so for let I equal string.length, which gives us one more than the last index. If I is greater than or equal to 0, subtract 2. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. So you're saying it's giving us 17 instead of 16, so it's failing.
Quanticus.
Right.
Right.
I did add an extra digit, just shits and giggles. Function parsen. Did I do something wrong somewhere? Is it me? Am I the issue?
Quanticus. You don't actually want to start with I equals str length.
You actually don't want to start with I equals string.length. Okay. Want to start with... So... Card number.
Quanticus. You want 2 less than that, right?
We want 2 less. Why do we want 2 less? You don't actually want to start with I equals string.length. You want 2 less than that, right? Multiply every other digit by 2, starting with number second to last, and add the product digit. Why do we want 2 less? Minus 2? Damn it.
Quanticus. You don't want to start at the end but the second to last.
We got numbers! Not quite the right numbers, but we got numbers. You want 2 less than that, right? Yeah, you don't want to start at the end, but second to last, yeah. True. That's why we put the minus 2 in there now. Okay, and then if I is greater than equal to 0, then subtract 1 from I. we pass in sum, which equals parse int string I. So that should have turned our...
Quanticus. The numbers seem right to me.
Do they seem right to you? I believe you. I believe you. What would the last digit have been? 5 times 50. Okay. Never mind. My bad. I'm sorry. My brain didn't actually math everything out.
Quanticus.
On the third
Cause on the
iteration,
third
you have 6
iteration
times 1
you have
equals
6
6.
asterisk 1 equals 6.
Okay. And 6 times... There's so much shit going on. That's so much stuff. But at least we can already see my brain is making small improvements, right? You know, you were like, well, you don't want to start at the end, but second to last, my brain immediately said, oh, string dot length minus 2. So, other than obviously the why, why do we want second from last? Because they're completely based. I need something that just kind of like rewords all questions. Okay. So, we have done this part. Multiply every other digit by 2, starting with number's second to last digit, and then add... Okay, alright, we're not done yet. And then add those products digits together. So... So it's supposed to be multiply those. Oh my god, my brain. Alright. First, underline every other digit, starting with the number second to last. Why does that say... okay, because we're doing times 2. I done fucked up. So it was supposed to be each digit times 2. Every digit times 2. Not one digit times the next one. It was supposed to be each digit times 2, skipping by 2s. Looks good. Good job. I don't know if we can still fix that. So sum equals strings index. So it should have been strings index times 2. don't know if this will work, but times 2 is 12. One times 2 is 2. 1 times or 2 times 6 is 12. 2 times 1 is 2. Okay, so that looks right. Okay. So we at least fixed it. We didn't have to do a whole lot, but we fixed it. That's a plus. Okay, so now we need to add each one together. Each one of those. So 1 times 2 plus 0 times 2. So we're doing the multiplication first, and then we're adding all of those digits together. So if all of those digits are now stored in sum, then let's add sum equal 1. I'm probably, but we're gonna try. Add sum equals string index plus sum. Console log add. Okay, I would have preferred like add. Okay. So we have the multiplication part now. But we're supposed to be adding 2 plus 12. So if 2... No. We are not, Brandon. We're supposed to be adding 12, 14, right? Yeah. Okay. We're supposed to be adding not the 2's. Don't want that. And the 2's have to do with sum. So we don't want to add
Quanticus. Or is that a and I can't tell?
Or is that a plus? I can't tell. Where? Right here? So we're supposed to be multiplying each index by 2, and then after we're supposed to be adding all of those totals together. And if it's a double, we're supposed to separate them.
Quanticus. Inside of parseInt,
You have,
you
a,
have
letter
a letter and a
and
number.
a number. Hold on. In parseInt. Times 2. So we have our ×2 here, which handles that 2 times whatever, 2 times whatever, 2 times whatever. So I want the results of strings index ×2. I want only those results added. The sum.
Quanticus. You can't do operations involving a letter and number though.
Hold up. Let's backtrack here. You can't do operations involving a letter and a number. Oh, were you talking about for my second console log? Did I just delete a whole bunch of stuff, or are you talking about this string I ×2? Because if I'm doing my math correctly, it's coming out right. That's 2. That's 12. That's 2. That's 14. That's 16. That's 16 again. That's 2. That's 10.
Quanticus.
That's weird.
That's weird, then it was giving you nan before,
no,
which is why
nan.
we used parseInt in the first place, but if it works, I guess.
Yeah, if it works, it works. Here, let me pass it into a different one and just double check. Just to make sure that it's still running fine. So a lot of people swear by JS Fiddle, so I'm gonna pass it into JS Fiddle. Or run it. Yeah, JS Fiddle's fine with it too. JS Fiddle doesn't have an issue with it. Okay. Back on track. We're gonna do add sum equals. So we need it to then sum index plus I don't know. Okay, how did we need to backtrack a little bit. So how did we handle that? So it was string index times 2 for each loop. So index 1 times 2, index 2 times 2, index 3 times 2. So then it should just be string index plus struggling to find that next part of the loop again. Just like before. So if add sum equals 1, plus add sum. Here. Alright, so what are we adding right now? So if sum is string index, string index times 2. So it's going to be 2 plus 6 equals 8. Three. Two. Wait, did I do my math wrong earlier? 11. 2. Well, so we should have had 14. If it was right, we would have had 14. But it doesn't matter anyway. Okay. Because let's backtrack a little bit here. So we just come back to our sums. Come back to our sums. Okay. All right. So we need to I knew this was going to be a long one. Just based off of all the information. So we need to then, we have it right now. We need to turn Alright, that would give us 2 plus 0 plus 0 plus 0 plus 12 plus 0 plus 8. So we need it to go from we need it to go from this to right? Am I reading that correctly? Multiply every other digit by 2, starting with the number second to last digit, and then add those products digits together. That will give us 2 plus 0 plus 0 plus 0 plus 12 plus 0, 8. Now let's add those products digits, i.e. not the products themselves, together. How the hell do we do that? Not the product themselves together.
Quanticus. Sounds like you not do all the math inside the loop.
Sounds like you can't do all of the math inside of the loop. So we need another loop. What you telling me?
Quanticus. You do one part of the math in the loop, and finish it off after the loop.
Finish it off.
Restream.io.
Hey,
Trophy,
we made it to 100 again today.
You've received 100 messages
Quanticus
today
knows
with
how to type.
Chat.
Quanticus knows how to type in the chat. Alright. So then we're done here. So we have some. Our for loop is done. I'm guessing we're going to have a bunch of if-else statements.
Quanticus. Is it though? Ask yourself what that first loop gives you and what you actually need.
Well, right now it only gives us counting backwards by 2s and multiplying out our sum. So we need a new loop.
Quanticus. You do need a new loop, but right now you don't have a way to access all of the values of number *2, only the last iteration saved in sum.
Really? Oh, true, because we're console logging inside of the loop, so we're seeing everything that's going on per iteration. Do need a new loop, but right now you don't have a way to access all of the values of number times 2. Access all the values of number times 2. Only the last iteration. So we need to store each iteration. Is this where the array comes in?
Quanticus. Array is
Array is
perfect for this, yep.
Okay. We needed an empty array. Alright, and then from there we need a way to push string I times 2, which is sum, into that array for each loop. Okay. So
Quanticus. Actually, you can do it without a new loop.
actually you can do it without a new loop. Well, I still need the array.
Quanticus. You can just use sum differently than you currently are. Quanticus. Don't even need the array.
Don't even need the array. Okay, it's pointless. We've been out here overthinking. Some of us underthinking. I've been underthinking. Monica's, you're the overthinker. Okay, so we can do it without a new loop. Just use some differently than we currently are. Okay. Is sum going to equal an integer?
Quanticus. Yes, it won't start
Yes, it
with
won't
1
start with
anymore.
1 anymore. I tried. Alright, let's equal... It won't start with 1 anymore. So we can use some differently than we currently are. We don't need another loop. Don't need an array. Is sum going to equal our strings index? I ain't gonna lie, brother. I'm completely lost on this. I'm gonna need some hints. I think this one might be out of my pay grade. Even if you just want to give me a small nudge in the right direction. Small one's fine too. Are we still going to need the parse int?
Quanticus. TDS didn't read my message.
DTS didn't read your message. What did you do? Did you get blocked? Didn't even see it go through. Some will hold the Man, that chat color really doesn't do any favors. Sum will hold the running sum, which you add 2 times the number 2. Sum will hold the running sum, which you add 2 times the number 2. So we're just going to let sum, and then sum equals % string I. Oh, I forgot to close this. Get rid of that completely. Ah, dude.
Quanticus.
I had that in there earlier.
I'm pretty sure it's close to being correct. You just have to add a tiny thing.
Okay, hold up. Alright. So 2, 12, 2, 14, 16, 16, 2, 10. But we need to add 1. Pretty sure it's close to being correct. You just have to add a tiny thing. Okay. Is it an if statement? Sum equals parse int strings integer times 2
Quanticus. Right now you get the correct values of 2 asterisk number in each iteration, but you're just merely assigning it to sum.
Sum. Okay. Right now you get the correct values of 2 times num in each iteration. But you're just merely assigning it to sum. So we need sum to do something else. We need sum to do more. We need sum to do more each iteration.
Quanticus.
You can add
You
it to
can add
line
it to line
17.
17,
It's very small. I can add it to line 17. It's very small. Was add it a hint? You'll feel silly when you figure it out. Dude, I always feel silly. There's never a time that goes by that I don't feel silly. Sometimes I wonder why I'm the one sitting here. Alright. I can add it to line 17. It's very small. Hopefully add is not foreshadowing. Unless if Quanticus is choosing their words very, very strongly. Sum equals parse int, which is a function that is turning our string into a number. Our string's index into a number. And we're timesing that number by 2. And we're timesing that number by 2. Added to line 17. Right now, we're getting the correct values of 2 times num in each iteration. But we're just merely assigning it to sum. What am I missing? It's not a plus sign, is it? Is it a plus sign? Can you at least tell me if it's a plus sign? Please tell me it's a plus sign. Is it a plus sign? You can just say yes or no. Don't have to say anything further than that. Yes or no. Is it a plus sign? I'm gonna cry if it's a plus sign.
Quanticus.
It might be a plus sign. Is it a plus sign here? No, it can't be there. We got not a number again.
Quanticus. Yeah, you got it.
We got not a number again. This can't be. This can't be. What is going on?
Quanticus.
Look at
line
line 13. Let some. But it's not 0. Let sum equal 1. No, it's not 1 because that'll be wrong. Wait.
Quanticus. Why not 0?
Why not 0? I don't know. Didn't we change it from 0 earlier? Oh, it won't start with 1 anymore. You're a butthead. You're a butthead. Okay, alright. Now, we're doing something. What are we doing here? So now, we are sum equals sum plus parse int. Okay, hold up. So sum equals sum plus strings index 1, which would have been 1, times 2. So that would have been 2. But we're not adding anything. Or are we? We got 14 for the second one. 6.
Quanticus. You're adding each iteration.
We're adding each iteration. Okay. How does this first one equal 2? So 1 times 2. Oh, because sum starts at 0.
Quanticus. 2 plus 6 asterisk 2 equals 14.
Okay. Gotcha. Okay. Now, okay, so here comes another issue. So we need to be breaking the double digits down before we add them together. Or am I just not reading that correctly? Here, maybe I can copy this and paste it. How do we go about doing that? Is that going to be if else? So before we add them, we need to make sure that they're all single digit. All ones, no tens. Unless if I'm just 100% misreading what this actually means. What? Looks good, Hope. Very good. Proud of you. Very proud of you. I know that we're going to have an if-else statement for card verification. There's a lot of steps to this one. Holy crap.
Quanticus.
Oh, you're adding the digits together, not the value of the number itself. So
sum plus equals won't work.
Sum plus equals won't work. You're adding the digits together, not the value of the So plus equals won't work.
Quanticus. Well, it'll be sum plus equals something else.
Okay, it'll be sum plus equals something else. So I'm guessing the part that we need to change is the argument that's in our parseInt function.
Quanticus.
Let's
Let's
leave
leave
that
it
for
now.
now.
First we need to
First
check
we need
if
to
the
check
number
num.
asterisk 2 is a double digit.
First we need to check if num2 is a double digit. Okay? If num times 2 is a double digit. Well, I can't just tack that on into... Maybe I can. If well, it's gonna go. We would run the if before we declare the sum, right? No, because that's what gives us our multiples of 2. So if sum index is greater than 10, then if sum's index is greater than 10, then we need to subtract it by 10.
Quanticus. You're only checking the current iteration's number asterisk 2, but sum is holding the previous iteration's values as well.
Okay. You're only checking the current iteration's num times 2. You're only checking the current iteration's num times 2, but sum is holding the previous iterations as well. I'm only checking the current, but sum holds previous iterations as well.
Quanticus. It might be easier to make a new variable to hold the current iteration's calculation.
Oh my goodness. Okay, this is getting complicated. Alright. It might be easier to make a new variable to hold current iterations. Let current equal what? Zero? Guessing.
Quanticus. That double-digit thing makes it much more complicated.
Sorry, had to get up there. All right, that double digit thing makes it much more complicated. I knew it was complicated from the get-go. I looked at it one time and I said, I know I'm going to need your help. Okay, so right now, we have the variable declared for current equals 0. So we need to incorporate currents into the loop somehow, I'm guessing. Currents equals sum. Plus equals sum. Hold the current iterations calculation. The current iteration. Only checking the current iteration's num times 2, but sum is holding the previous iteration values as well. I.
Quanticus.
Not sum, but just
the
current iterations num times 2. Not sum. So I. Not sum, but just the current iterations num times 2. Or is it %? I'm so confused. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. This one is definitely needing a lot of breaking down. We only get better from here. Maybe not I, but some I. No. No, not some I. Well, string I times 2 is stored into sum. Yeah? So sum I. Sum I.
Quanticus. You don't need to add to current, but its value is overwritten each iteration.
Oh man. You don't need to add to current, but its value is overwritten each iteration. Getting this far into for loops is really breaking my brain. Is this always how it feels? You don't need to add the currents. Okay. So we don't need to add the current. But its value is overwritten each iteration. So current equals sum I. Or just I. Well, what are we storing right now? Current. Undefined. Okay, so it's not sum I then. If we store sum, we actually get a number. We do I, we get a number. That starts at 14 and works its way down.
Quanticus. Current only holds the current iteration's number *2 and nothing else.
I don't know what that means, Quanticus. I don't know what that means. My brain's breaking. My brain's breaking. Current, our variable, only holds the current iteration's num2 and nothing else. And we want it to hold all of them, correct? We don't want it to hold just current. We want it to hold all. Each and every iteration.
Quanticus. No current resets every iteration.
Okay, current resets every iteration. So we want it out of the loop then.
Quanticus. And it holds the CC digit *2.
So we want it out of the digit, or out of the loop. It said digit in there. Because it's updating each time. Correct? My brain is trying to make sense of it. It is.
Quanticus. It's inside the loop cause you need the loop to access the different digits of the CC number.
Okay. So it's in the loop because we need it in the loop in order to access the different digits. But we need to store each digit after they're
Quanticus.
multiplied by 2.
How do you get the current CC digit in the loop?
The index. Watch that answer. I've been way off. How do you get the current CC digit in the loop? We're taking the string's length.
Quanticus.
You use the index,
but it's not just the index itself.
We're taking the string's length and subtracting it by 2. No, that's just get the second to last. Right? Use the index, but it's not just the index itself.
Quanticus.
Look at line
Look
17.
At line 17, you're doing it there.
Declaring our variable. String index. String index. So does current just equal string index? Console logging current, but blowing up my brain. Get that back. line 17. So we're calling the strings
Quanticus.
index.
You want the current number asterisk 2 though.
Current number times 2. Okay. Times 2. Okay, didn't mean to do it like that. Times 2. Okay. Okay. So now we have that stored into current, right?
Quanticus. Now you can check if current is double digit. If it is, you do things. If not, then you can just add it to some right.
Yeah. Okay, so serious question. Why? Never mind. Never mind. Never mind. Ignore me. Ignore me. Ignore me. I'm making that a lot more complicated than it needed. All right. So now you can check if current is double digit. Okay. Current is greater than 10, then we are going to current index minus 10. Else
Quanticus. STRI asterisk 2 might give you nan again though.
oh, okay. Let's fix that. Alright, and then else said you can check the current and double digit. If it is, you do things. If not, then you can just add it to some. Current. Current. I don't know if I did that right. Are we console logging current or sum? Because sum now gives me not a number.
Quanticus. What is current I doing? Quanticus. Current isn't an array.
Oh. Oh boy. Oh boy. Okay. Alright. So, I imagine we're talking about line 20. Or current is not an
Quanticus.
array. Just a
It's
number.
just a number.
Oh. Current.
Quanticus. You wouldn't do 13i, right?
Right. Right. So it's current minus 10. Get that out there.
Quanticus. Line 22.
I got there. I got there. Okay. Um. One times 2 even just trying to do all of this math off the top of my head is crazy. Two.
Quanticus. Line 20 needs work. What do you need to accomplish in the body of that if?
Okay. Alright. Line 20 needs work. Line 20 needs work. What do you need to
Quanticus.
accomplish in the body of
If
that
it's
if?
double digit, what needs to happen?
If is it sum minus 10? Oh, wait. We need to store it, don't we? Current equals. Then. This still doesn't feel right.
Quanticus.
No, you
No,
need to add the
you need to
digits
add the
individually.
digits
So
individually.
if current
So if
equals
current equals
13.
13, you need to add 1 plus 3 to the sum.
Okay, hold up. No, you need to add the digits individually. So if current equals 13, you need to add 1 plus 3 to the sum. Okay, so if current is greater than 10, we have that part. Then need to add the digits individually. So if the current equals 13, you need to add 1 plus 3 to the sum. Give me 1 second. I got a child over here dancing in front of me. Alright, I'm back. I'm sorry.
Quanticus. 10 won't account for 10 itself.
That won't account for 10 itself. Oh, true. Oh man, I just broke the crap out of my OBS. Alright. 10 won't account for itself. Okay, so greater than or equal to 10. Then do this. Definitely confused. Because the thing is, you know, we could do the subtract by 10, and that turns it into a single digit, but it doesn't account for the other digit. Yeah?
Quanticus.
You're already looping through the digits of the whole CC number, so you know it's possible, but since you know it's only 2 digits long, you don't need to leap through it. It will always have
an index 0 and
index
index
0,
1 for the digits.
index 1 for the digits. You're already looping through the digits of the whole CC number, so you know it's possible, but since you know it's only 2 digits long, you don't need to loop through it. It will always have an index 0 and an index 1 for the digits. Yep. Still confused. Still confused. It might be just because I'm kind of just a little burnout after 4 hours. Definitely been a long one. I don't know. We might leave it here. I can copy it and put it in my Discord. Make sure it don't go nowhere. But kids are getting restless. I gotta pick up the wife here soon, so I think we're gonna save it for tomorrow, Quan.
Quanticus. GGS.
GG's, man. GG's. We made it pretty far in this, and I know you've done a lot of this. A lot of this part hasn't even been me thinking; it's been you thinking. So I appreciate that. I really do. And just think about how you're looping through the CC and really understand what's happening there. I will try my best. Let's go through it again tomorrow. We will talk through what it's doing. Like, very first thing, we will talk about what it's doing and really get to an understanding of what it's doing currently. And then we'll start to break down the rest of it. I think this is a pretty good stopping point. Most definitely. I guess technically I could have just put it here. Because I won't lose it here. So. Alright. We're hopping off. It was a pleasure having you around again, Quanticus. Really. It's a lot of this would not be possible without your help. Definitely wouldn't have made it this far in. And it's always fun, you know, having you pick my brain into getting in the right direction. So thank you so much. I hope you have yourself a great rest of your day or evening, depending on where you are. And I will be seeing everybody,
Quanticus.
as always,
Take
tomorrow.
care, CYA next time.
Bye!